Vlad raising to 2.6 million with the fives. 600k. Small blind 1.2 million. Big blind with a 1.2 million. Running big blind ante. Blinds went up a couple of hands ago. Will put additional pressure on the shorter stacks. Music to the big stacks' ears. Another one bites the dust. Now playing over 80 million. Tricks likes the 2.1. I just think it's too small, personally. 24 big blind stack is just enticing him to call all day. Just complete. I would rather have a worse hand than the Jack 10, personally. Like something that has more of a blocker with a bad kicker, something like that. Jack 10 just plays too well. Don't want to get bombed off me hand. Would like to see a flop for cheap. Jan is probably going to play pretty honestly against us, considering the ICM and the tickets. So therefore, I think it's better just to complete our option. Ferdinando. Raised to 2.5 million with the ace king. Pavl going to stick it in and think of Ireland here with the pocket fours, or in his case, stick it in and think of the Czech Republic. He looks exhausted. I think fours probably just wants to go into the muck with 12 bigs. It is a pair though, but when we're called, we're off to the races. And does Pavl look like a happy jockey? More like a concerned jockey. 31.2 million in this pot. Big moment for both players involved. It is 9, 8, 6, and it's actually pretty good flop for the fours, all things considered. Pavl needing a hold. Turn is the queen of clubs, one step closer. River is the 7 of diamonds. What a hold that is for the fours. Average stack still nearly 40 million here. ECW King, says Dan, still here and awake. We are live on the radio. Long time listener, first time caller. Nice to have you with us, ECW King. Ferdinando says we don't need solver, we have free coach on the chat. Enjoy, my guys. These are interesting spots, and anyone that wants to debate hands or talk about them, I'm all for it. Otherwise, I'd be talking to the wall, wouldn't I? Vlad is going to call Jan with the ladies. $2 million is the bet, and Vlad's going to get out of the way. Yeah, it's an unbelievable opportunity for these remaining players. A lot of them won't have played for this kind of money before. And even if you have played for this kind of money before, very difficult to get through a field of over 7,550 runners. 8 players remaining. They need to revel in it. No matter how tired they are, can't just load up another run like this. Might never be here again. That's why every decision and spot mattering so much. And with 10s raised to 2.5 million. Ertan going to call here in the big blind for 1.3 million more with Queen 7 of spades. King 9-7 is the flop. I think Jan just bet small here, like 2.5 mil or less. Was for 2.1 million. Turn is another king. This pot now with 11 million. $3.8 million is the bet. And Ertan looks like he wants to call a second time. That's a lot of chips he's put in the middle now. Just 9.8 bigs remaining as we hit the river. River is the 8 of diamonds. Good thing is he's probably not going to lose any more because Jan most likely just checks back on the river, and he does do just that. But now Ertan Yilmaz is down to under 10 bigs. Yeah, maybe just avoid calling pre, although that probably seems pretty tight. Maybe call with like Queen 9 or Queen 10 suited and eliminate the 7 and 8 kicker. Just because of what's at stake. Artsy wants to see a jam on the river. No, you're after betting 2 streets. You've got your information, you've got your value, and you don't want to bet a third time because if you're called, you're going to be losing to a king. You should just be letting. It's just a good example of compound mistakes. Calling pre not the worst because he's suited. However, I would prefer to have a bit of a stronger queen. He's called once on the flop. Okay, I can get behind that. We need to just fold on the turn when the board pairs, because we're going to be faced with a difficult river decision the majority of the time. And if our opponent has a straight draw, it's unlikely that they're just going to give up. Jan raises to 2.5 million. Vlad calls in the cut-off with ace-jack, and the flop is queen, king, 8. Bet a 2.1 million. Vlad calling. Turn is the 7 of spades. No, Jan most likely just wants to be checking here. A lot of draws out there. Your opponent could easily have a king or a queen. I guess what he's thinking is hands like king, queen, kings, queens, king, jack maybe, king 10 suited would all 3-bet pre. Jan deciding to bet a second time and going for a relatively small size. And I don't know if I like this from Jan. I think it's time to just give up. But he does get the job done, wins a nice pot, and is now playing close to 50 million. The pressure's on. Decision fatigue is setting in. Adrenaline going to be running on high, but energy going to be running on low. Can only make so many good decisions in a day. During these trying times, Vlad still your chip leader with 60 bigs, Ding with 43, Jan with 41 now. Suburtatorial with 30, Pavl with 26, Ferdinando with 24, Valter with 15, and Eran is your only player remaining under 10 big blinds. Ferdinando raising to 2.5 million here with king, queen off suit. Valter with a difficult decision here with pocket eights with 15 bigs, 8-handed. Comes with call. I'm not sure about calling here. Ferdinando has us covered, can apply maximum pressure, and is going to have a very condensed range opening into a full table. So often we are just going to be putting in 2.5 million to fold on the flop. We're out of position. I was going to say he has a difficult decision on whether to just rejam or fold. Don't know if I like call. Trick says, what was he representing? All value hands go big on double flush draw board. Yes, they do indeed. Ferdinando going to take this one down. Valter getting close to 10 bigs himself. Eran in the cutoff, shortest stack, 9.3 bigs. I think because we are the shortest stack, this is going to be good enough to move all in, and he does do just that. Eran successfully taking down the blinds and antes as the table talking to each other, which is great to see with so much money on the line. Players need to remain calm, composed and focused. Championship rounds are upon us. Nowhere near this one being concluded. Eran shoving over the top in the hijack ding, raising to 2.5 million with ace queen. Yilmaz with ace jack. This is going to be too big of a jam here. Over and under the gun open from Ding. Ding going to be calling this. Probably not loving it. For Eran Yilmaz to rejam here, should have a very strong hand. Ding should be opening fairly tight here as well, especially with the chip leader right beside him. Ding doesn't really need to have to get involved too often here, especially when he has a ticket secured. And guys, I wouldn't be shocked to see Ding put this in the muck, even though it's only 10 big blinds more. It's right on the line between a call and a fold. Perhaps Eran is going to be rejamming a little bit wider as the shorter stack. That's why you're going to see Ding make a pass that probably looks very tight to players in the chat there, but he's no reason to get involved. Shows the power of the jam there, getting ace queen to fold. And say what you want about Eran, he picks up a nice pot uncontested. Pretty standard fold there with the ace queen, the more you think about it. If it was a couple of big blinds yet less, you're going to have to call. Ding goes bing. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a straight. Problem is Pavl ain't got much going on here with the ace-4 spades. Pavl got about 1.5 mil. Looks like he is going to raise very small to 3.5 mil. No problem with raising here, even though we have a straight. We want clubs to continue. We want some pairs to continue. Whoa. That's a 3-bet to 8.5 million. Those are the 5 million chips in play. Very surprised to see this. This is ICM suicide. 3-betting to 8.5 mil here with just 17 behind. Not believing ding on the flop. It's just not really a flop you want to be coming back at your opponent with a bluff. And for ding, he might just stick it all in right here, right now. Is that making it 18.5 million? Okay, he's clicked it back to 13.5 million. Crazy. The reason he is not calling there is there are a lot of bad turns and some action killing turns also. Trix wants to know which turn is action killing. Anything that puts a 4-card straight on the board, anything that completes a flush, anything that gives him more equity from the small blind. Thing with a monster here, blind v blind, but doesn't want to be playing bloated pots. Out of position against the chip leader. That's why you're going to see him limp a hand as strong as ace queen. The whole point, Trix, is he shouldn't have too many bluffs when he makes it 8.5 million there. It's very rare you see someone making it 8.5 million after getting raised with just ace 4. I bet 1.8 million here on the 10 Jack Deuce. Ding gonna call. Turn is a queen. Top pair now for Ding. Top kicker. Loves that turn card. Vlad should just be checking this one now. Unless he has other ideas to try make a 10-fold by the river. If he had a jack, he would most likely just check this turn. So when he bets, he's repping something like King 9 or 2 pair. $4.8 million is the bet. We do see a call, and the river is a 9. Not ideal here for Ding. 20 million in this pot. Does he want to try go for a blocker bet? I don't think so. Could easily get raised. Any 8 beats him now as well. Any 8, any king. If he checks some 2 pair, might just check back. Or Vlad might go for value with 2 pair knowing. No, I don't think he will. He's just going to check. See, I don't really understand that bluff. I'm not sure what he bet there. But he's obviously trying to make 2 pair fold. A bit surprised to see Ding bet what looked like about 3/4 pot there on the river, unless my eyes deceive me. Nonetheless, he does take the chip lead away from Vlad and Druska for the first time at this final table. He bet 3 million, thank you. I thought he bet 15. They looked like the 5 million chips. Like I said, he might go for a blocker bet here. Like I said, he might get snapped for a blocker type sizing with 2 pair. And if he gets raised, I suppose his opponent can't raise with anything other than a king. So there's no real harm in betting 3 million. The only thing is, would we bet 3 million on the river with a king or an 8? Surely we would want to size up, not down. So I don't really know what we are trying to say we have by betting 3 million on the river. But it is one way of not having to pay a larger amount if we check. I did say Ding. This is my favorite to take this down. He did win that bracelet last year. He is very competent. Let's see what he does now with the chip lead. Filthy Derp saying he's just trying to avoid showdown. Yeah, I know he has more King X in his range, but if he's going to lead, surely we would want to go bigger than 1/7 pot to get called by 2 pair. Like bet somewhere around 40% pot, like 7 or 8 million into 20. We meanwhile back at the ranch here, looks like Vlad has completed with Jack 5 off suit from the small. Don't try this at home. Ding's going to bet 1.8. Ding picking up nut flush draw on the turn. Everyone checking. River coming a deuce of diamonds. Vlad now. Gonna try to get value for a straight. Support Horl. Probably just gonna call. Very unlikely anyone has ace jack. But if anyone could have ace jack, I suppose it's the small blind. Just calls the 5.3 million. The button never checks back with ace jack on the turn. Yoda Code with a really great comment there. It's a €250 buy-in with a massive amount of entries, record break, and don't expect Triton plays 13 hours of play, and some players are just recreationals that had a good run and got there. And Trick says he has all the king, queen, king 10 suited limping. I just feel like if you're going to bet, we might bet more than 3 million if we did have a king. It's just what I was trying to say. Vlad raising to 2.6 million in the cutoff. Trick says more than 3 million is also weird since you never have ace king there. Okay. Yoda Code to so many blinds at the table, damn. That's what we go to school for, Yoda Code. Saburatorial with ace queen. Just calls on the button. Valter calls the big, flops an open ender. Yes, big blind is still 1.2 million. That means the average stack is about 33 big blinds. Or slightly less, give or take. Turn is the ace of hearts. Saburatorial is going to bet 3.5 million. Saburatorial taking that one down with a small bet. So Ding and Vlad fighting it out at the top here. 56 bigs and 54. Jan with 41, Saburator with 36, Ferdinando with 26, Pavl with 14, Ertan with 14, and Valter with 8. Pavl checking on the 7-8 deuce. Ding with the king queen. Vlad pocket trees. $2.2 million is the bet. Ding is going to call. Actually expected to see him just fold. Just call. The turn is a 4. Vlad deciding he's got other plans to continue barreling here, and we'll take that one down with pocket trees. Albeit he did have the best hand. Jan with the ladies. Ace King 3 is the flop. Yeah, I'm betting 1.5 mil. Not overly fond of defending here with 5-4 offsuit. Even if we are one of the chip leaders, I think we can just let that one go. We'll call, try hit it straight on this turn. Turn is another ace. Ding checking and Jan checking back. Don't know if Ding could maybe try take that one away. He's going to lose to a lot of hands. King's going to call him. Unlikely an ace checks back on the turn. And we are at the bottom of our range. Perhaps no harm going for a small bluff there on the river. We are going on a break, guys. Still 8 players remaining. Lots more action to come. Don't go anywhere yet. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
You should.
Okay.
You can see the bracelet in the bottom right corner of your screen.
I was just going to say, it must be an old movie.
Yeah. What do you mean?
That's what they're playing for.
Just
Me
because you
not
don't know.
seeing it, me not knowing it.
I think it's 2000.
Okay.
Nicholas has a very real hand here. Type of hand that you could go either way.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go upstairs with it, though. That's the way he's gonna go.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, wow!
This is wildly unfortunate for Lena. They are deep enough that if Orpin picks a smaller size, which I imagine he will, Lena will feel very compelled to peel. C3 cards.
Did he just
Yeah.
call?
No, I believe he raised to 100,000.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is somewhat small sizing.
Yes. Well, he's in position. He doesn't have a full starting stack. He's representing a very strong range of hands. Now, of course, Orpin can have some bluffs as well. Maybe some suited aces, something like that. But the type of hand he's saying that he has is ace-king, maybe jacks are better, something like that. Tens are better.
Oh, us that wouldn't mind jacks or tens. Kings, though, not so much. Let's see if Lena wants to put 60,000 in there. There's 154,000 in there, so he's getting about 2.5 to 1. But he's got to play the hand out of position.
This is one of those spots where you don't feel particularly good about your hand when your opponent puts in the 4-bet, but you still have a very, very high-quality suited connector type of hand. So if you do see the flop and you're behind, a lot of good things can happen. And look at this price he's getting. It's only 60,000 more. It's not like he has to put in a tremendously significant portion of his stack or anything.
Hand 40. We've got some fireworks. I saw one heart, and I got a little bit excited for Lena, but the next 2 cards did not cooperate.
That was a real letdown of a window card, wasn't it?
Well, not if you're Orpin. Orpin's very happy with that flop.
Yes. Orpin knows Lena will just call out of the small blind versus a raise with stuff like pocket 2s, pocket 3s, even potentially pocket 8s sometimes. And if that's the case, Orpin has nothing to be worried about. You know, every now and then his opponent's trapping with pocket aces, but if that's the case, he was going broke either way.
Tiny bet, just 40,000 in the 210. What do you do in these situations where you're getting a good price, your opponent hasn't bet much, but it kind of feels like death by 1,000 paper cuts? You're just going to take 40,000 here for it, and I keep getting the right price to call because, oh, well, it's so cheap.
Well, if you're me, I personally don't like giving my opponents the pleasure of those paper cuts, so I tend to fold early on if I've noticed a trend of them doing that when they have it. For
What if you're Lena?
this is grounds for a check raise.
Yeah.
And I want to pretend like my strategy is better, but time has shown that Lena is the guy with the better strategy almost every single time.
Yeah, it's so easy in poker to be results oriented and look at this particular spot and go, well, what is he doing? But how often does his opponent just not have a hand?
Yeah. Even if your opponent has something like ace king, ace queen of spades, for example, they're in a really tough spot right away.
Yeah. Well, there's 534,000 in the pot, and both players with less than that.
Yeah, so Lena's decided it's time to wave the white flag here.
He can still check raise again.
You never know.
Never know with him.
I wouldn't put it outside of the spectrum of possibilities when it comes to Lena. I wouldn't expect it, but when you watch some of the best players in the world, you learn to expect the unexpected a little bit.
Oh, wow. The 5 on the river, which would complete the wheel if either player had an ace in their hand.
Yup. And so this is scary for both players, right? Because both players have a ton of aces in their range. But if you're Lena, this might be one of the worst hands that you have in general, so maybe you want to bluff this one. I'm, of course, wrong, and he decides to check.
Well, Orpin checked back the turn. It's going to go check, check.
Orpin had the check back face, didn't he?
You had the turn.
One time then, please.
I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
Absolutely.
it's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of sevens.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Lena, the quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So
Lena
you
is-
mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. What a fun feature table. Mustafov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the ace king. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way,
Heads up, yeah?
busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Jesus with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off, but here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot, which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or 3-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of 2-pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Jesus got the king 3 of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king 3 of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket 4s, the pocket 3s type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen,
never
king 3
know.
suited, king 4 suited, even 4-3 suited hands that players might play to 1 raise. The 10s get out of the way. And now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me questions.
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Jesus did not raise, we would have had a set of 10s on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, when the 10 hit the table, in my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Why? Well, it's not an
Yeah.
important card anymore.
It could have been.
All right. Mustafov is sitting there going,
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not
but-
sure if Mustafov ever sees the turn.
Yeah, maybe not. But there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. You go separate, I go. After here direct or direct? You? I go home and I go
Oh,
to
and there's a
foxes
call. So a
on the
bet
good
and a
side.
call.
Yeah, on side with
It's
we
just
play-
so
we have friends
intriguing
playing
to me
some.
when you
So we
watch
just
poker
go
because it's
chill,
like,
and then I go mid.
you know, the
I
difference between
think
Hisu
it's,
winning
super nice place
a
in
really
Dubai.
nice pot here
I like it.
and getting devastated and possibly losing, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for one card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket tens.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room.
Pocket 10,
Wow.
really.
Let's see, check the back.
No chance.
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop,
This is the
and then he
winner,
decided to
right?
check back the river?
All right, folks, I'm back. Just eating some pineapple on the sidelines just in time to see Pavl shove with ace-queen and get called by Ertan's kings. Massive big boy pot for both players involved. 16 grand in the difference between 8th and 7th. They're basically identical in chips. However, Ertan has 0.3 big blinds more. Pavl, the at-risk player, Ertan, a 2-1 favourite, 69% against 31% at the ace-queen. Here we go, 29.2 million in the pot. 9-3 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 7 of clubs. Pavl needing an ace on this river. It is the 5 of clubs. It does not arrive. Pavl has been eliminated. We've seen him get eliminated in a few spots at final table. He's always been a gent. And they can all rejoice, breathe a sigh of relief, and be €16,000 richer. It's a whole different ball game now, folks. Blinds have gone up to 800k, 1.6 mil, 1.6 million. Running big blind ante. Still 7-handed. Hope you're all hanging in there. Lots more action to come. 3:30 in the morning at Kings. Let's go. Let's see how that changes things. Valter as well. What a moment it is for him. Gets €16,000 extra with just 4 big blinds remaining. Ferdinando and Ertan now with 19 bigs apiece, and Subortoral with 30, Jan with 34, Ding with 37, and Vlad and Druska with 45. They're still relatively deep though. A lot of big blinds still in play. Average stack 43.1 million. 7 players remaining, all guaranteed. €25,000 cash monies. And Ertan with 19 big blinds on the button. Goes for the raise. Yeah, and the big blind here with King 10 off suit. Looks like he just wants to call. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the 4 of hearts. $4 million is the bet. And Ertan is just going to fold. I feel like he should have just took that one down on the flop. A missed spot there from Ertan. We do see a shove from Ertan over the top of the hijack open in pocket 7, Suburatoral. And ICM wise, with pocket 7s, most likely just has to put this in the bin for 17 bigs total. Just let it go. And Valter was shoved for 5 million total, 3.4 million more for Dink to call. Chance to eliminate a player for almost 3-1. Ding will let it go. And that keeps the dynamic going as well. Valter now with 5.6 bigs. Renato's what's funny did I miss is what they're talking to each other. They must all be absolutely buzzing out of their mind at the moment, guaranteed a minimum of nearly 40 grand there, including the ticket. Let's have a look at the pay jumps here. 8,000 euros the difference between 7th and 6th.
You have to laugh. I'm learning. I'm learning. You're a good player, bro, but
Yeah, and in the cut-off with ace deuce suited here, deuces never loses the big blind for Vlad. OVB says a lot of reasons to still fold. Everybody saying blind call, don't know enough. Yeah, exactly. You tell him. See a few comments coming in there. The big blind ante you have to call with any 2 for 3 big blinds, but it's really not the case. We've got action here. Aces for Ertan. And this is going to go in, lads. Don't see any way around it. It is just all in and call. Queens against the aces. I don't believe it's a Buratoral hitting a lady of the night when he needs it the most. Ertan with the aces. Catastrophic turn card. The scrappy underdog coming from behind on a few occasions. Ertan leaves us in 7th place. GG all the time is in the house. What's up? All the time. You haven't been there all the time lately. I hope life is finding you well and that you're doing great things away from this stream. So we do have 6 players remaining now. €25,000 for Ertan and a 10k ticket. I love that you are discussing hands in the chat. I don't think 9 deuce or 9-3 offsuit, I think it was, is going to cut the mustard for a call there, even though we do have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. He wants to keep the dynamic going. It's not as simple as, oh, he has to call because he's priced in. If he folds there, he keeps the ICM pressure on. He's one of the chip leaders. He doesn't have to take that risk of doubling up a player also, even though folding there, he's essentially doubling up the player. All the time 100 says, doing good, Dan, thanks. Never got to ask, how did you do in the tournament a while back? How did I do in the tournament a while back? Oh, Sophia, yeah. I never really got going. It was nice to get away for 2 or 3 days. 3 days I was gone. Been playing a bit online. Late night hypers have been hard for me to say no to when I was off comms there for a couple of weeks. I'm targeting the Irish Open next month for sure. Ferdinando D'Alessio. Shove from the button for 19 bigs at ace-9 suited. Bit too many blinds to be shoving here. Perhaps it is his best course of action. Doesn't want to raise call. And doesn't really want to raise fold. I just think 19 bigs is a lot to jam there. Vlad taking that one down with the ace-9. Suited. I actually don't mind just shoving the ace-9 suited out from the button for 19 bigs. Seemed like a lot in theory, but in practice at this FT, it's probably the most profitable play. Just the blinds to get through. Thing raising to 3.5 million. Real interesting dynamic now. We're playing six-handed. Pay jump's getting bigger and bigger from here on out. Ferdinando says, I think the biggest reason is he can put ICM pressure with the short stack. Yeah, I think that that's the biggest reason as well. If he'd any less guys, any less than the 3 and a bit big blinds, I think if it's 2.5 bigs there, I think he has to call. He's almost slightly priced out with the very, very bottom of his range. If we all played poker the same, it'd be a very boring game. All the time says, Bummer Dan, best of luck to you in the upcoming events. Still best commentator, Action Man Dan. Thanks very much for your comment. Nearly 14 hours into the stream. And Saboratoro with the ace jack and the hijack. He's the chip leader now. He wants to start piling on the pressure. It is a great discussion that's going on in the chat, by the way. I really like how much you are getting involved so deep into a stream, and it's much appreciated. It's keeping me alive. I'm not going to get into every comment, but it is great that you all have such a wide variety of opinions. Look how much they're evening out now, the four of them. Wow. 46, 40, 40, and 37. Ferdinando, only one double away from being the chip leader. That's how close it all is. Nobody wants to bust before Valter. That's for bloody sure. What a run he's had, by the way, Valter. Valter White. You are the Valter White. No, he's Valter Texera. So we do have action here. Valter going all in for 5 million. Ferdinando with ace king suited. I do believe there is going to be a break after this hand. And it looks like it's going to be quite a long break. I'm seeing on my screen here almost 27 minutes. Meanwhile, we have it all in here. The Jack 8 against the Ace King. That's going to do it for Valter. Ferdinando's going to take that one down. We are going on a break. Join us in less than 30 minutes to see what happens. See what happens next. What a game was there for Valter, by the way. Gets himself a tidy sum of cash and a ticket. Scrappy underdog, was short on multiple occasions. You love to see it. Long break. I think I made some form of a spoiler alert there that there's going to be some form of a deal discussion being done if they're going on that length of a break. I kind of ruined that last all in by spoiling the surprise. Clearly Valter wasn't going to win that hand if we're going on a 30-minute break. Doesn't make sense. To be honest with you, not just because we're already live for nearly 14 hours, but you look how closely contended they are. 44, 40, 39, 37 and 27. Doesn't make much sense to not do a deal here five-handed. And once the deal has been made, I believe the clock will be put at 30 minutes a pop, which is a far cry from the usual 60 minutes. But make no mistake about it, these guys came to get down and they're all here to be the champ. And one of these five remaining players is going to prevail as your King's Million main event alpha champ. You don't want to miss this. Lots more action to come. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. See you all in a few moments.
One day, Jesse, one day.
Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful.
That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research, didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu. This is a very interesting flop right here.
Well, you got a pair and a gut shot versus a open-ended straight draw.
They're like,
I was gonna guess
and
ace
like,
two.
Yeah,
but,
no, it's ace six, and then like Ben is like, no, that's not my cards. That's not my cards. I mean, like I
They were his cards.
I didn't like run around too much on it. Just like I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like also I know he usually doesn't max.
There's
like,
a
he's-
specific selection of hands that are actually happy to
like,
continue on a
insisted
board
that
like
the floor
7-5-3
can't give him a
two-tone,
penalty for it. I was like, bro, let it go.
and it's somewhat rare.
Like the most.
yeah, I mean, if you think he's like,
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same
he's
time,
embarrassed, yeah, and
because the
like,
cards tend to interact,
but that's
so
why
they
I know,
block
like,
each
that
other.
is seven,
And
like,
we have one of those
I'm not
situations where
I've seen-
both
I've
players
seen
have
way too many hands to think that that's what happened. I know.
towards the higher end of their
It's just
range
a
on this
call
board.
in his mind.
Because like that 25K.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace jack 4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player has 8-6, the other player has queen jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So
The money didn't went on pre-flop, and then,
these are
like,
the kind of
four
spots
just
I find
went
really
down
fun
ace
to
jack
watch.
the flop. Versus B15
I'm
or whatever.
intrigued to see how Pavl plays this. He's
To
checked.
wait to see the queen high.
Divorce bets 120 into 148.
this feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs from Dvorak. Stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow. Look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Pavl because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the
Yeah.
4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4, and Dvorak rivers the absolute stone cold nuts.
I mean, when
And
you
Dvorak
talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
this is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
Wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Pavl. So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh,
For
it's interfering with the card reader. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general
That's so crazy. I didn't know
idea, although it sounds like
that. Oh, wow.
they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Are you going Cyprus?
Yeah, I'm going like.
Technology is such a mystery to me,
I
Tuckman.
was kind of considering it. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't- you and technology fight all the time. You guys don't
Yeah.
get along.
Okay.
Well,
With like 20K, 50K.
it remains a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker.
It's
Back then in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick
I've
coming
been
in.
Sao Paulo. No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker
So.
there is great. It's fun, too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more than Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see you? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxen's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although Stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxen out of the small blinds?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that at this stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well out of position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain 2 pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the
Yeah.
one with kings. You never have that strong a hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand. to run some bluffs with. He has the Jack of Hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like Ace Jack, Ace Queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When foxen calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like Ace Queen offsuit, Ace Jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxen has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them.
And
this is a good one to use.
All right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxen has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then
yeah,
you see this hand
you
play
got
out.
the dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah,
well,
not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights, just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of Jack 10s out there.
A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't know.
You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the
Right.
tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but...
Yeah, the 4, he said. I have 4. 4?
Big fold.
Big fold.
So Foxen raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
Look at this flop.
Favorite game.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also,
My
these
hand is
monotone
very bad
flops
for
are
call.
ones that you want to be very careful in your approach. Certainly have to respect the fact that both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him,
To see.
I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown.
Is done
So
this to me many
if he
times.
knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Azak finds the check too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to with the
Maybe
with the
you
10
have
of
some
clubs. I'd
money
have to
jack.
imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back. That is this a?
She just went more than pot.
What was the
She
value?
went
Oh.
75 into 43.
Okay. Now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. Not saying she does, but it's a possibility. Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah.
The World Series of Poker Europe has one more stop this year. Vegas, a huge hit as always. Here we are in Rosvadov. Next stop, the Bahamas. In December.
I have to imagine those are very different climates.
No, Rosvadov and the Bahamas are almost exactly the same. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yes. What? Western Czech Republic?
You got to worry about a lot of
the
bull
Caribbean?
sharks in in Rosvadov.
Rosvadov is such a quiet little town.
I'd like to visit one day.
You should. It should. It's like it almost feels like it's taken out of, like the town in Beauty and the Beast. Like it's a small little quiet little quaint town, and then you've got this beautiful resort casino right in the middle of it. Orpin 3-betting, foxen calling, and Orpin has hit a pair of queens, backdoor spade draw. Foxen, no hearts out there to speak of, does have a gut shot.
Yeah. Depending on the price, that may be enough to keep her around. She would love to have diamonds or one spade in her hand, of course.
Sorry, how much? 20.
Chrissy's going nowhere. This is just a great price to hit her gut shot, potentially win a huge pot, or maybe some doors open up to find a bluff later on in the hand.
158,000 in the pot right now. You can see the players' country represented next to their name. Orpin representing Turkey, Foxen, the United States.
Orpin finding the check here, opening the doors for Chrissy.
Opening the door to what? To bluff?
Yeah, but
and lose more money?
she
Lose more
would
chips?
need, well, possibly win a lot of chips, but she would need to find a turn and river bet.
I think she said 90.
Yeah, this is starting to set up something big.
I mean, there was a raise, a 3-bet, and a call. And when you've got second pair, it's it's a little concerning.
Yep.
He also does block his opponent from having spade draw.
He does, and that's something that's going through his mind right now. I don't know if that will affect his river decision, because missed nut flush draw isn't the type of hand that Christy would be looking to bluff with. I don't think that would be her leading
Okay.
candidate. It would be something more like the Jack 10 suited type of hands. Oh, that's a really bad card for Chrissy. I don't know if she'll be bluffing this one.
Yeah. And I think it's fairly certain to say that Orpin's not going to fold, no matter what she does.
No, I don't think he will be. However, she may think he has something occasionally like pocket jacks or like a king 10 suited. It's just too risky.
340.
Wow.
She goes for it.
I'm a little surprised that she finds the bluff here, but not in the other hand.
She goes for it. And Orpin has not folded, has not called yet, but I cannot imagine a world.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, but I assume he's giving it a little tank before he puts her all in. Just so as to not make it so obvious that he has it.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Is that all then?
what a gut punch.
Yeah, that's...
What a gut punch when you're going for the big bluff on the river and you get raised all in and you can't even call for your last 55,000.
That's really, truly brutal for Chrissy.
I want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8. And this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Beto back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah.
In stride. What else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Bad luck
Oh my
this
gosh,
one.
Shirt, matching sweater.
that just tripped me out.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got the straight.
This seems like a natural bluff for Foxen. You have 4 high. You can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
Wow.
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. He checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off. It hits the spade, and now Blom
I didn't realize they had
bets. And
No, I just saw the sign. I was like,
even
oh
though
my
it's a
God.
relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
Yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. They just like smoke every
This
day.
feels like the dream.
I deserve it after I tried to
There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like ace
You
10.
tried to bluff. I got the
That felt like
second
the mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important.
I won't pay you anymore, that's for sure.
That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would
If you
be
can't beat them, join them.
running through
Oof.
his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Foxen.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about, we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2 to 1. I
Can you
think
kick some
there
shots?
becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind has to call another 375-ish. And he does find the fold.
Nice fold, Victor.
Wow. I mean, considering the 10 of spades as well.
Yeah.
We'll see later anyway.
Yeah.
Well done.
I'm all in.
Tom is going to shove. Oh no, look at this.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, I don't overly love Tom's rejam here because he's basically going to have no fold equity, but at the same time, he is the shortest stack, so it doesn't really apply to him as much.
Yep.
Leon, with the monstrous aces at the big blind, almost doesn't seem fair.
850. 815.
Though he's going to Hollywood a little bit, although he'll have over his half a stack in the middle if he just calls.
815. I call.
I actually
What's
would
attack do
hate
here?
Tom to fold because Bedell only has 5 big
What
blinds
happened to
extra
this
because
big man?
attack has made it 3x on the button.
Pass is lost.
I'm glad you
What happened to you? What happened to the big man? What happened to the fish? What happened to the fish? The big fish.
Nice.
The big fish. He made the fold. Unbelievable. How can you make this fold?
Yeah.
What happened to the big man? I looked in my eyes. He goes all in. He's 300. I say, hey, come on, just erase me all in. You know, I call. I didn't even go all in. I just called. I said 4th place is also, or 5th place is also a good place.
I can give you.
All right, listen, give him 3 sixes, please. 6, 6, 6. 6.
So his ace is against
Six,
ace 6.
No, 6.
9,
Oh,
5, 5 is the
okay,
flop.
Pick, 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 pick. Okay, pick, pick,
Chicas,
pick,
vamos.
pick, pick, pick. Turn is
Nice.
6 for
One
everything.
will be nice.
Okay.
Turn is a
Okay.
spade.
I can
Respeto.
relax.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, respeto.
One more
Okay, you
spade
have
would
like,
do it.
18%
Leon
or
seems to be
something.
wanting to double up.
Enough for
Tom,
me.
18%.
Better than nil.
perhaps he's being a little bit sarcastic. It is the 3 of hearts.
Signore, thank you so much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Nice
4th place is a
answer.
good place. 4th place is also
Good luck to all of
5th place. 5th place. Siamo in soldi. Minchia.
6 left comunque.
Chi è?
No, don't. No raise.
Okay. It's not me, it's him you need to convince, not me. I have nothing. I have small chips, he has big chips. Big chips, small chips.
Cardboard box. Leon is going to
remember
limp
the
in the
rule.
cutoff.
I do.
10-9 off suit. Foxen's going to raise it up from the small blind with ace-jack off suit.
You're a big guy. You don't look like a C. I call you.
I guess we'll find out. You said call, right?
Yeah. You're a big guy, but you don't look like a C.
What does a C look like?
Oh, you can see here and there, time to time, you know. Here and
He's
there.
going to call
time to
flop
time, you
best
can
here on
see.
9-6-3.
Signore, Monsieur. Small in. Everything. Everything. I dive
Foxen
in.
bets
Boom.
255.
I already dive. You know, once you dive in, you don't need to think about what happened. Is the water there or
It's too late at that point.
too late? Too late. I don't have a big hand. I'll show you my hand.
You were ahead.
What was on the
Be happy that I didn't re-raise you pre-flop, you know?
960.
Pre-flop. I could re-raise pre-flop, you know?
Of course.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. I think they tried to reach a deal, but a deal could not be struck. We do see a huge all-in here, however. Jan has the best of it. Ferdinando with the ace-jack suited. This is a gigantic pot, by the way. Huge pot. Jan's a 2-1 favourite. Ace, king, 6 is the flop. It's a pretty good flop for Jan. So far, so good. Turn is the 6 of clubs. And arrivederci is the jack of clubs. Ferdinando hitting his 2 pair, but Jan delivering the flush. What a score that is for him. We say goodbye to him in 5th place. He will take home 42,000 big ones. GG. That means 4 players remaining now, all guaranteed 52,500 euro. I believe the ace jack opened and called it off, Tricks. I'm a believer. Lad with the deuces. He's going to min raise. You've got to remember now they're four-handed, so under the gun is the cutoff. Only 4 positions remaining at the table. The cut off, the button, the small and the big. Jan with a monster here, 11 million. Really feels like it's been his tournament to lose. Remember, he had 150 big blinds around this time last night when he was bagging and tagging. A bit later, actually, another hour. He had 6 million, which was 150 bigs. And we seen him be a fan favorite yesterday. And I'd be lying if I didn't have a bit of a fondness towards the kid. Awesome moment for him. Ding in the big here, 9.4 million to call. Looks like he is going to call with the 10s.
How much did you have? Like 50? 58 minus 11.
Jack 6-5 is the flop. Yeah, I'm betting 6.4 million into Ding. I think Ding as well could probably just get rid of his 10s pre or 4-bet rip it. If I'm 4-bet ripping seems like a jacks plus type of a situation. Definitely folding 8s and 9s and 7s. But I think 10s against a type or an aggressive player, he is the chip leader. Could just go for it there. We are so short-handed, 4 remaining. Having said that, yeah, I did have nearly 40 bigs to start the hand. This is the second time we've seen him call with a middling type pair from the big, facing an open and a 3-bet. And Ding emptying the clip there as a bluff, and I'm not the biggest fan of what just happened. Yeah, I'm looking very strong in that hand. Ding just deciding to go for it, but getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. This has been a very call heavy final table, so the 3-bet going to be on the stronger side of things, but Jan did just win a massive pot. Chirpy chips. Look at that face. This guy, it's his tournament to lose now. You know, the code says, hey, any info about the deal? There was no deal. But now they're 3-handed. I predict there might be. It looks like we are going to be going on another break till they sort out this deal. And then we're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing, one would imagine, with just 3 players remaining. Jan in pole position to take down this title, but anything can happen. This one far from over, with nearly 200 big blinds still in play. Jan with 56% of all the chips in play. No, they did not make a deal, but they are going to be going to look at a deal now. See you all in a few moments.
Are we staying here or moving? Staying?
One thing is true. You can double me up, I cannot.
It's true.
Yeah.
Whose advantage is that?
I have no idea, but it's the truth, you know. It's the truth.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
What a flop this is.
Wow.
120.
Foxen flopping 2 pair. Leon with top pair, no flush draw.
Where are the phones? Do you know?
Relax.
The phones are in the...
All in.
What?
What? Wow.
Campbell.
Fair fight.
You can double
Gamble,
me
gamble.
up, I cannot.
Jeez.
Fair fight, you know.
Very fair.
Yeah.
This is incredible. Look how much chips are in there. 100 big blinds in this pot.
Set.
Turn is the ace of spades.
Makes it harder, but
How much harder?
can chop.
Almost impossible. Yeah, that's
14% equity for Leon as we hit the river.
Oh
River is
my
the five.
God.
Oh, wow.
unbelievable. I survived to the full house. Can you imagine? And what I said is truth, right?
Yeah.
I could double.
What a
up.
run up,
Look
bro.
at the flop.
Of course, massive thanks to all the moderators and everyone else helping throughout the week in any way, shape or form, even if it was making us laugh. Foxen limping here in Piscieri with a monster. He's got the ladies in the big blind. Bumps it up 4x. Foxen will call.
Oh dear.
Oh, wow. Disaster here for Foxen. There's no way he's not going to lose a chunk of chips with top pair here on the flop. It's heads up after all. So hard to make a hand. Does bet 900k. Foxen might be having thoughts of raising here.
2.1.
That's what I was thinking.
Does go for the raise. And lads, this could be curtains here for Foxen. This would be very tough for him to get away from top pair with a decent kicker once he's raised to 2.1 million here on a 10-6-3 flop.
4 million.
The click back.
Clicks it back. This looks incredibly strong. There's not a lot of bluffs in Picchieri's range that are just going to click it back that quick there to 4 million, Alan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can get behind that. There might be some like ace-5 of clubs here or something like that maybe that possibly could do this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what kind of hand would do this, if like a flush draw wise.
Does run it.
Could have two overs in a flush draw, but the best case scenario is something like ace-5 of clubs. Foxen has gone all in. Picchieri has called, of course, 16 million in this pot. And if Picchieri can hold with his ladies, which he will 88% of the time, the Italian has become your GG Millions champion. Foxen really up against it after that flop. Not much he can do once he's raised.
No, basta. Oh, GG, ho giocato ormai. Da quello che viene, viene.
2 outs in the deck for Foxen. Turn is not one of them. It's the 7 of hearts. Alessandro Picchieri is 1 card away from that bracelet.
Siamo pari, siamo pari, tipo.
Just 5% equity for Foxen as we hit the river. It's another 7. Alessandro Picchieri from Italy has done it. He's defeated the phenom that is Alex Foxen. Foxen will win €223,900 for his efforts. Congratulations and commiserations, GG. But all eyes on the champion. Alessandro Picchieri has done it, winning over €335,000 for his efforts. Incredible stuff.
To be the first, it's not money, you know. Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader, okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even, and then I lost. You know, it was incredible. I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14.5 hours of jet, you know, is.
Uh-oh. Attack on the button here. With the aces. Zhu with the ace-king. Foxen, the original opener with pocket 5s in the hijack. We've got action. This is a very big, cooler situation here for Zhu.
Cazzo, questo è bruttissimo, mano. Tutti dentro, sai? Vedi, quello lì, quello là, incredibile. Pass.
So Zhu all in, Foxen out of the way. The trap was set to precision, although nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call. And we might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace-king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti 2 jack. Con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack pure non è facile. Jack
E che fai?
insomma,
Che fai?
fold. In qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is a deuce. And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in 7th place.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That means all 6 remaining players guaranteed at least €65,000.
You in the money?
Yeah.
Just rips pre, I would assume, the vast majority of the time. probably never flats like 5-4. Maybe some pocket fours is a possibility, given that he has threes. But
80.
like you said, most of the time that's just not going to be the case where he has these kind of low pocket pairs. So technically, he doesn't have that many nuts on the river in terms of slow plays as the out of position player is what I'm kind of thinking about myself.
I just think it's a spot where you want to be rejamming pretty wide against the button open.
Agreed.
When
Yeah.
you've got
Agreed.
half the, I wanted to see exactly how much Piscieri has before that start of that hand, and you can see it's about 6 million or so.
520.
And I think that's just way more of a reason to rejam. With trees, you can rejam all those suited wheels as well. Obviously, a lot of high card hands, broadways, etc.
Yep.
It's not like we cover Piscieri in that spot. Then maybe we want to be a bit tighter. Or if we're very similar. But when we have like half the chips of Piscieri there, I think it's just I don't want to say no brainer, but close to it there with pocket trees.
Yeah.
Foxen can be opening so wide. Foxen betting 300k and Piscieri is going to call. Turn is the three of clubs. Does Foxen want to keep firing here? Just check back on the turn.
It's close. It's defo close. But I think he'll find the bet. Yeah.
If it's close, he usually goes for a bet instead of a check.
It's usually better to do that as well, to be fair. If in doubt, probably better off bluffing or taking a more aggressive action most of the time, in my opinion.
Well, it is the key to winning, isn't it? In nearly any
Helps.
domain. Aggression.
Hardly going to see a call here, are we? Oh, Jesus, this is unbelievable stuff.
Piscieri calling with just king high. A non-believer. Over is the jack of clubs. Foxen has a flush blocker here that will contain some combos that could continue in Piscieri's shoes on the turn. And if he's bet the flop and bet the turn, I reckon we're going to see him fire this river. House 3.5 million.
Oh, he just goes for the lot, no?
We've seen him being betting like 80% of someone's stack a couple of times.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
but yeah, could just go for the lot. If he thinks the same, he can accomplish the same with a smaller bet. He might go for a smaller bet. 4.5 into 4.
Yeah, I always incentivize that to guys I coach as well. Because it doesn't really matter. Just if you can get the job done for a smaller price, then you should probably aim for that. But he has a really good blocker here, man. And like, he's never checking back. It's just sizing wise is probably, you know, one way or the other here. But as long as he's betting here, that's the main thing.
2.4 is the bet. Yeah, I think 3.5 might be a bit too much, or 4.5 is a bit too much if we can accomplish the same thing with something under 3 million, and that's why we see Foxen going for 2.4. Very tough for Piscieri to call here. Piscieri's going to have pretty weak range. He's not going to be calling with a deuce. Very unlikely he has a 9. So he's going to have a hand like ace high or king high here that called on 2 streets. This would be some call. I don't think you can make it. I see them talking in the chat saying think he's going to call. It's just a spot where he's going to have to give it up. But hey, I'm wrong at least 10 times a day on this channel if I just let it go.
You honestly could be losing the bluffs there as well. Like if he has like ace 4, ace 5, that may or may not stay barrel in the turn.
Hoping he was going to bluff. I mean, yes. Yeah, you have to keep it. Try as well. It's a big pot. You come with big boss. Gentlemen, I'm speechless. No more antes, right? No more antes. Nice try. Try to be smart. Okay. Say hello to the commentators. Sorry for the delay for the guys. You have nice massage. Commentators still live? I don't think a lot of people are watching at 4:30 in the morning on Monday. Yeah. Who knows?
If we have some strong fans, you know.
Yeah.
Four girls in one room, you see.
So folks, we are back after the break, and I can declare that a deal has been reached. Lad shoving nearly 40 bigs over an open there of Jan. It's Jan's tournament to lose now. He has secured himself €143,500. And the other two both get 109,000 or €104,400. And they are playing on for €39,700. If anyone wants me to repeat any of that, then get a different commentator. And also just let me know in the chat. Thank you very much. If you're just tuning in, you better believe it, you're still watching the Kings Million main event. Three-handed action. Average stack is now 100 million. Yes, that is correct. There are 3 players remaining. And over half the chips in play belonging to Jan. Border Thorl would make a fine champ at this stage also. Really impressed me at certain times. Of course, he's got lucky, but you've got to get lucky on many flop turn and river to get this far in a field of 7,558. Vlad Andruska with the 9-7 of spades. Don't know much about him apart from the final table. Hadn't seen him once, so I have less info on him. Seems to have played pretty tight and solid at the FT, picking his spots well. Can't really fault his game too much. I'm sure some of you might have something to say about that in the chat, but now Jan wants to just put these guys in all sorts of situations because neither wants to bust before the other. And he said they're playing on for 40k for the winner. And that means sometimes since they've been doing deals, second place will get some as well, but that doesn't seem to be the case on this occasion. Jan raises to 4.5 mil. That'll do it. You're going to see them, because there's actually no difference between third and second. The 240 big blind stacks can really go at Jan. Jan can keep pounding on them nonetheless. Does not want to double up one of his opponents. Then he finds himself in second place, almost to what? 40 big blind stack doubles up to 80. Jan has 100. That puts him back down to 60. Then you're playing 80, 60, 40 in blinds between the three players. Very different situation than him playing 100 bigs and the other two playing 40 apiece. Blinds are pretty big. 800k is the small blind. 1.6 million is the big blind, with a 1.6 million big blind running ante. $9 million is the bet now from Vlad. Jan, can he sniff this one out? Really bad river for the king four. Flush out there as well. Really can only beat a bluff. $26.8 million in the pot, 9 million to call. The one thing I will say about Vlad, he hasn't bet enough. That's why Jan's picked him off. Vlad mucks and Jan doesn't have to show. He's playing 185 million. OVB asked, is there any money left to play? Yes, almost 40,000 euro. Jan can still win 170 if he takes this down. Pretty good deal for Jan. It seems he's already secured 140 or 130. Actually, OVB. Jan has secured €143,500 for himself. The other two, there was only €5,000 in the difference. I thought it was actually the same. €104,400 and €109,400. And that means they're playing on for almost €40,000. So would that be correct in saying he could walk away with 183,000 almost? And the tickets? That seems unbelievable to me. $173.5 and a ticket. Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah, I said in or around 40 is what I said. Yeah, sorry, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I said 140 is 143.5. My whole point was he was getting the lion's share, and then they're playing on for €39,700. So I said they're playing on for 40 grand because I like to round up, not down. I'll tell you what I'll do here for you. I will just copy and paste. At the time I asked, does anyone want the deal read out? No one really responded in the chat. I said it twice. I don't think you heard me at the time. I was asked again. No problem. That's the wrong deal from the Nightbot. The one I'm after putting in is the correct deal. Deal or no deal? Next question, please. Saburatorial with the ace deuce, taking that one down with a 3-bet. Now playing 35 big, 70 million. Looks like they are having a drink. And it's about goddamn time. Way easier to hang around and have a drink when you're playing for that kind of money and have already done a deal. Yeah, OVB, that's the easiest way of putting it. You can still pound on them and still win close to 200 altogether. That's exactly what I was trying to say all along. It's not too far off it. OVB says, bust one, take 30, give 10 to the runner-up and good night. Yeah. If only it was that easy. $3 million is the bet from Vlad here. For that price, I think I stick around if I'm Jan, even though I just have king high. Femil wants to know, are the brown chips 5 million? They sure are. OVB reckons he's going to win this one next year, I promise. Be sure to let us know when you're there. We can put a face to the name and a name to the face. Yeah, I'm making it 5 million to go here in the small blind. I actually would like to see him use a larger sizing than 2.5x, but Vlad isn't going to defend with the king 4. Femil says, I always enjoy playing these events, never made it to the 5 million chips though. It's rare enough we break out the 5 million chip at Kings. I believe that is a brand new chip that's only been introduced this year. It was used for the Italian poker sport, which was also a record-breaking field. I'm not sure if we had it in play for the World Series of Poker circuit. I don't think so. So this is actually the second, maybe the third time ever that the 5 million chip is in play. It was a gigantic field, record-breaking, 7,558 entries. OVB says they should do plaques like at the Aussie Millions. Yeah. Perhaps plaques. It's the Toral. They are still playing for an incredible amount of money here, guys. 40,000 euro. Pressure is still very much on. And I presume usually when the deal is done, the blinds get reduced to 30 minutes. I would say going forward, they will be. 11 million is the bet from Subaru Horrell with his trips. Jan making disciplined laydown. Can't beat much. They are all having a drink. Clink goes the drink. They need to remain composed and calculated. Still a long way to go. Still paying for a hell of a lot of money. Stay till the job's done. You're not going anywhere, you thick lump. Stay till the job's done. Just a little snatch reference for people. If you like the movie. Vlad takes down another one. Vlad's got aces against Jan's Jack 3 suited. Jan's going to let it go. So Jan betting 5 mil. Vlad's going to call 24 million in this pot now as we hit the turn. All these pots are so huge. Huge. Vlad checks, and I think this is a really nice hand for Jan to double barrel with. Going to put a lot of pressure on an 8 or a 10. $15 million is the bet. 15 million is the fold. Jan takes down another one. Jan going for the 3-bet here from the big blind. Vlad with the 10-5 suited. Jan getting it through with the king blocker. Good strong play from Jan. I want to see more 3-betting around here. 3-betting monk.
There he is, the best dealer in the world. Magic. Magic dealer, magic. Yeah, yeah, magic. I wish we could give you a vodka, but I don't think that's allowed. Right? I wish we could give you a vodka, but I don't think that's allowed. We allow it. The night is ours, man. We are allowed it. Bring the gun. More than 4, right?
Vlad is going to ship it over the top here from Jan. Vlad min raising on the button. Ace 5 of diamonds for the small blind. Vlad's going to check his option here on the turn on the 7 jack, ace 10, queen rolling off on the river. 2 pair now for Vlad. He's got the best hand. Any king beats him though. Bortorl getting out drawn by the river. Vlad going for tin value. But I wouldn't be shocked to see him get a call here from the ace 5. Perhaps it's just a tad too light the more I think about it. But flicking it in there for that price, as Bortorl does. Sometimes you just got to pay the man, perhaps just getting too good of odds to let that one go.
After this hand, the blind is going to be gamble blind. Has to end sometime, right? Deal is the deal. Of course. Can we go 3 levels back?
There's the tournament director. The poker police just checking on everything. Blinds are up. Average stack is still 100 million. It's unbelievable. 33 big blinds. Nearly 34 is the average still. At 1.5 million small blind, 3 million big blind, with a 3 million big blind running ante. And re-jamming on Vlad, putting those chips to work. Vlad has such a nice hand, but it's going to be too much to call here. The Jack 10 suited.
Oh, you're a quick counter. Yeah, is he a dealer or not? What a shot, bro. What a shot.
Wants a count,
Next time, I promise.
but will release.
I wanted to ask you to show me one time. Could you have showed me? I mean, I'm gonna see later on. I had a pocket pair. Like that? We flipping. Yes. 16, 7s? I actually thought you were a little bit less win. How much is it? More. 3 million? Aye, mafia tax. Six. Once again. What did you say? What did you think? What did you think? I actually thought you had a little bit less stack. Ah, okay. A little bit. That's huge shot. 60 million. Yeah, I thought you had 50. So, 7 million. 12 million.
12 million is the bet here from Vlad with his aces on the 6-4 deuce. Jan has top pair and a good shot straight draw. Could see some action here. In general, I think we just want to call on the flop, but he might move all in. And he has moved all in. This isn't exactly a stutter step from Jan, but it's just a lot of chips to get in here just with top pair and a good shot. I think I prefer just calling. But look at the size of this pot, 127.4 million. Hallelujah, says Vlad. He got his money in good. This would change Vlad Andruska back to the chip leader. There's the king of spades. It's a pretty good card. 7 of hearts, says Jan. This guy's being so friendly. It is the queen of hearts. And that's going to even things out even further. Surprise, surprise. Jan has had it all go his way, though. You can't win them all. Well, sometimes you can. Sometimes you can, Jan. Vlad has 42 bigs, Jan has 39, and Saburo Toral has 18. Jan taking that one down with a bet. Saburo Toral not connecting with his queen 9. Vlad just going to shove the lot here. No messing around. Quite a lot of bigs to shove.
I'm actually glad I didn't have like okay-ish hand. Right now? All in for 100 million.
15 bigs now on the button for the ace-7. Perhaps he just wants to shove this one. Although I could get behind using this in our min-raise folding range. Sub 15 or 15, it's totally fine to just run it. Grip and rip. He's just going to take this one down.
Boss, please, service, please, please. This sounds cool. Down me in court. Please, please.
Toral going to call with the King Jack suited. Could have just re-jammed that one. $3 million is the bet from Jan with his King 7 off suit. Toral ain't going to be going anywhere for 3 mil. Turn is the 3 of hearts. I'm going for a double barrel here. 7 million. Don't know how much I like this on a paired board. Seems like it should be probably a one and done situation. Queen of Diamonds rolling off. Very interesting card to see if Jan wants to keep firing. Try to get a jack to fold now. But the flush gets in there. I guess the reason he's double barreling on the turn, by the way, is that Sportorl should have very little ace-x in his range. If Jan could find this for a pot, be pretty impressive. There's a fine line between fearlessness and foolishness. That's why you're going to see him just check.
That means you know the bluff would have worked. Would have gone through. Yes, Mama Nora. Thank you. Fantastic.
Jan's still playing 100 mil. Takes a small hit. Sportorl going to complete in the small blind with King Jack. Jan checks his option. It is King Jack against Queen 6. $12 million is the bet, and he will take that one down. Been raising on the button there with the Jack 8 offsuit. Vlad is going to call with 4-3. Ace 6-6. Vlad checks. Sportorl bets. Should bet somewhere around 3.5 million. That's 3.3. Yamin raising on the button off 30 bigs. Now, we've got some action here. Vlad calling the small blind with king 8 of spades. Sport Horl going to rip for 28 bigs total. Sport Horl is going to take this one down and win himself a nice pot. Sport Horl showing some character. Jan raises to 13 million here with the fives. The board Toro with the ace-6 off suit. Quite a large sizing here from Jan, who finds himself now as the chip blues are three-handed from having almost 200 million in chips at one point. Small blind is going to call. Queen 3-3 is the flop. There's now 41 million in this pot with the 9 of clubs rolling off on the turn. Sport Hurl's going to check again, and now Jan most likely going to be checking back with his fives, trying to get the showdown. Sport Hurl checking, and Jan will be happy to take down this pot. Puts him back up over 100 million once more. Vlad getting a walk with the pocket tens. Sportall taking that one down with the deuces. Master on guy is looking for the payouts. We had different payouts in the end. Master on guy. There they are in the chat for you, my friend. As we have just passed 6 a.m. at Kings. And something's about to happen here because I don't see any way that this doesn't go all in the middle. 13 million is the raise. Jan with 33 bigs total with a monster. As all the time tells me, it's midnight here. Must be nice. Surely this just goes all in, guys. Do we do some form of inducing? It does move all in. Vlad is going to be snapping them, and whoever wins this hand going to have an overwhelming chip lead. 204 million in this pot. These two are friends now at this stage if they weren't before. Huge, huge flip. As Supportor just looks on. Vlad has him covered by 1.8 big blinds. This is the biggest coin flip of the entire tournament. Not every day you see 200 million chips in the middle, which is nearly 70 bigs. It is 8 deuce deuce. Jan needing help. Oh, drills it on the river. Wow. Now Vlad going to be left with 1.8 big blinds unless he finds a Jabracata on the river. But it is the 10 of hearts. Jan playing 68 big blinds now. And Vlad running on fumes, 1.8 bigs. And I believe that's going to bring us on a break, but not much of a break. It's going to be less than 5 minutes now. That's the way they're looking when we come back, three-handed. One would think we'd be putting a ribbon on this thing in the next couple of hours, but it's been exciting, exhilarating action. Sportoro with 29 bigs, Jan with 68, and Vlad with all the work in the world to do. Coming back with less than 2 bigs. See you all in just 5 minutes.
Going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no, like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. It's very, you know, incognito sort of situation, no?
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a skill in itself to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax.
I'm all in.
Wow.
All in.
Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm relaxed. All in. Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this,
I
bro.
say all in.
This is crazy. If you can say, if
It's
we
not
saw
like
Ace
that.
Queen folded previously,
Some
I
holding
severely doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well, they're in the money now, and we're 5-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another one time left.
So,
Nothing left.
What did they say about ICM and it being a load of
Mamma
BS
mia, cosa ce l'hai?
for the rich,
Asso 7, asso 8,
ICM
cosa
for the
ce l'hai?
poor
Asso
only.
10, cosa
Yeah,
ce
yeah,
l'hai?
yeah.
Ma non
How
ti
bad do you want it?
interessa.
This,
It's all in
for
now.
my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold.
Cosa guardi? Guardi
Put it into a
100.000,
calculator all you want.
500.000? La differenza guardi. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco c'ho. Bello, sono contento per te.
There was two shorter stacks. I wouldn't be surprised if you put that into a calculator and it said the ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's
potrà
against
fare il quarto posto.
a certain range. You don't know what Leon is capable of.
I was thinking.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Piccielli is dominating.
Era
either
due.
Big hand or
Or nothing.
nothing, or
Yeah.
queen high is good sometimes.
Fai 6
8, 7,
e
4.
5. 6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings.
Hai vinto veramente.
The king's a
sei un
Leon.
grande,
It
sei
is
un
the Tree of
grande,
Hearts.
Bravo, sei un grande. Doppia si chiama questo.
Sì,
Doppia
due
doppia.
volte di fila, certo.
Yeah, and then apparently you get a few duds in every pack, and then you can't get the desired toke, if you will, off a lot of them. Really need to have a cigar connoisseur around you to know what's up. I won't be buying 40 major anyway, unless I'm putting them in the bin.
Major, man.
Or they're virgins, or there was another one they were called.
Different
Foxen
times.
most likely just going to rejam this one. And attack going for the full 3x on the button. Oh my, yeah. I don't know if we just rip sub 15 bigs here ourselves instead of raise calling it off.
Not sure. Really
I
not
think
sure.
I just
actually.
prefer to rip from the button. Or just do the non-all in, put in like 2.2 million, and if the other two players go all in, we can get away from it. Something around that area. Yeah, I don't really want to stack off there. I'd rather just be the ripper. Most likely getting called anyway. He is getting called anyway. It is ace 4-3. Foxen set to eliminate. Attack in third place. Art attack could be gone. Needs to get very lucky. Turn is the 6. It is GG. Very formidable opponent, but he will bow out in third place.
How many zeros are there, but it looks like four. It looks like all the zeros, man. 20 million, 40 million. All the zeros in there. I was just thinking, I started day 2 with this many chips. It's crazy. Yeah? No. 100, yes, day 2. 100K. No. Yes, 10 bigs. I've got it on my phone. I'm going to check it. He can't be here. Yeah, 100. 10 blinds. 10 big blinds. I started up. 10 blinds. Day 2, 10 big blinds. It's 5-10, yeah. Oh, day 2, no final day. No, final day, no. Sorry. What you did? What? He folded, my friend. Oh, no.
So Vlad is all in by default, basically, from the small blind with 7-5 off suit. So Board Hall will call with 9 deuce off suit, and it's basically a coin flip for Vlad's tournament life. King 8-9 is the flop. And basically a post-flop coin flip.
6 of diamonds for a bigger set. Or 10.
Turn is the 5 of hearts. Vlad will double up.
Then it's good actually. Even 7-5 to pass. 5-5, Well, that was.
You are here with us, or
My hand was in the break, or I don't know. Yeah. That's a good one for the stream. Good call. Look at that clown. You feel so bottom with check for you?
everybody home look at you.
Yeah.
You fall for 2 blind.
Whoopsie. All of it. 15. Huh? 15. Triple up 45. One more time for 100. Just switch.
Vlad is all in for 15 million here on the button. Saborator seems to have called with Jack 5 suited because Vlad has moved all in. Blind, I think. Yeah, and can just put a stop to this with the ace queen. But he might just want to call and try eliminate a player. So that's why we see him just call. Vlad's in pretty good shape here, all things considered, considering he has 2 live cards. They're going to check this one down. Vlad's going to triple up. And it's game on. Vlad loving this one. Back to 12 bigs.
Everybody on the stream is gonna be, oh, it just got ace queen. What the fuck? Well, obviously. Trying to bust the king 8. Not working. So you have 200 million now?
Yeah, and shoving from the small. Vlad getting out of the way in the big.
What happened to your tongue? It's still blue? Yeah, it's really blue.
I took one of these, yeah, because one of my friends from university said, bro, if you go and play big tournament, take one of these, yeah. And I didn't take one until the final.
But you're on drugs?
Huh?
Vlad making it 8 minutes to go. Vlad rejamming with 6-5 suited. He's really going for it now. YOLO.
You put it on your tongue. Can you put it somewhere else? You know another part? Because actually you take this one, you're going to kiss blue. Yeah. What? They say all natural, right? Yeah. For sure. You see blue. You put that song blue, you know? Mister, can you put your big chips, you cheater? Ah. I'll give you the exact count of them. Behind, yeah? We have like 50 as well, right?
Fives. Taking that one down.
Be happy you didn't have threes. I had fives. Oh no, I was trying to guess your pair, so that's why I said threes.
Vlad's going to rip from the small. And suddenly Vlad has more chips than Zupatorl. Zorbatorl. Incredible the spin up Vlad's having. And as for Jan, he's back right where he wanted to be. Pole position to take down this title. What's going to happen next? 14 bigs for Vlad. In she goes and up she flew. Warrior Torl. Gets out of the way.
What's in the blue stuff, man?
Vlad getting Jan out of the way.
Craziness. Mambo jumbo. Magic.
You gotta love the vibes of Vlad. Vladdy vibes. Vlad Bible. And it's going to be a shove in the small for Bjorn Thorl. Jan might call this for 9 bigs. It's close. Definitely calling with Queen 9. Probably folding Queen 6 and Queen 7, Queen 8. Right on the line.
36.
Wow. Queen 8 is ahead. Dama să țină dama.
How after is a good team.
We do have all in and call, and Jan is in a 50-50 situation for a 77.8 million chip pot. Zbora Thorl is the at-risk player. Does have a very nice hand, the Jack 10 suited. That's a very good flop for Jan, but it's not over yet. It's also a very good flop for the Jack 10 suited, which is technically a favorite. No technically about it. It was a 60-40 turn, giving 2 pair to Jan. Exciting hand so far, 13 outs. But he cannot hit it. We are going to lose Zbora Thorl in 3rd place. And that means we are going heads up for this title. And good luck beating Jan. But Vlad going to give it all he's got. Zbora Thorl, very fun player to watch. Really tight. At times, scrappy, solid, committed, dedicated. And got himself an awesome score. Take a bow, sir. GG. Right. We're about to put a ribbon on this thing. Kings Million heads up battle. One of these 2 remaining players is about to become your champion. Vlad has had about 3 double ups there in a row. Or at least 2 anyway. The cat with 9 lives, etc. I think they're going to take a photo. But they're doing something with passports here. I have no idea what's going on. It is 55 bigs, going to be playing 20.
Yes, so, I mean, so what's the deal now with the money? I forgot.
25 and 14.7.
Okay,
Yes.
Corect. Deci eu am asigurat spike încă 14 minute. Păi jucăm cine ia primul loc. Da, mă, dar aia n-ai voie să împarți de la ei. Îi împărțim între noi. Că ea nu ne lasă să îi împărțim. Îi ia câștigătorul, îi ia pe și
Vladmin raising with the king 8 offsuit on the button. Jan calling with the queen 5. 10, 7, 5 deuce is the board. Surely Vlad wants to be trying to take this one away, but he does not. Maybe he's going to be good enough at showdown there with king high. I don't really know. There's the trophy. That's what they're playing for. Want to give it biggest round of applause to everyone that tuned in today, by the way. Today, tonight, last night. Looks like Jan's just going to rip all of the enchilada. All you can eat.
Oh, you check. Oh, I didn't see. I'm sorry. I did have a hand. Like, you understand what I mean? Yeah, I know. You're right. Terrible that it's standing over there. You should know,
Vlad's ripping. And Jan folding.
I think that one is always going to stay there, Vlad. I don't know why it says effort stack 150, but that's not correct. No, I have only 200, and you have like 50, right?
Space Pirate is back, says damn, still going. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Space Pirate says, Dan, long night for you. Just 16 hours and change, bro. Like it ain't no tang. Vlad's gonna call from the big. MVP Dan says, Space Pirate, thanks very much. I like getting a comment at this hour of the morning. Queen Jack 4 is the flop, turn is the 6. If we have a new record for all-time record total entries, we're going to have all-time record for the longest stream I've ever done, which I think has just been reached. 6.5 million is the bet, 6.5 million is the call. 5 of diamonds rolling off on the river. 4, 5, 6. Vlad. Oh, wow. He's just ripped as a bluff. And this might work. But knowing what Vlad is capable of, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jan make a hero call here. Having said that, looks pretty scary that the diamond rolls off and Vlad insta-jams on the river. But when he insta-jams, it means he didn't really think about it for too long. He'd like made his mind up. Surely if he had a really strong hand, he'd think about it a little bit longer. It leads me to think it's just a sporadic bluff. But having said that as well, this is a very tough call for Jan. I actually like this bluff from Vlad, but I would prefer if he took longer before making his decision on the river. And if Jan can correctly piece all this together, we will have our champion. Can Jan make this call? I don't know if I can make this call. Surely Vlad will do this with a queen, some 2 pairs, flush, straight. Jan can't beat much here. But Vlad has shown time and time again that he's willing to jam when he hasn't got it. Wow. Jan's made the correct call. Really, really nice call there to finish things off. It seems very fitting for Jan to make that call, become the champion, as plays almost 300 million chips. He is your King's Million. €250 buy-in. Main event champion, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We have done it yet again. We have crowned another champion. What a worthy champion he is. Really, really fun day. Congrats to Jan. Congrats to Vlad. Congrats to everyone else. I don't know who's still listening to me at this, at this time. But we're going to be back next Monday. I'm going to bed for about a day, for about 16 hours. European Championship of Poker is back next Monday. I'll be in the booth. I'm going to let this guy enjoy how much money he's just won. These 2 guys, I'd say, are going to have more than 1 drink today. I love to see it. Well played, everyone. What an event. That'll do it for me. Thanks to all the viewers. If you want to find out any info about the resort or what's coming up, go over to the website, kingsresort.com. I'm going to get out of here. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.